Playing games I hold.
I was also, I'm not gonna lie, I was so confused on why Izzy's thing was getting to voice Toriel now. Yay.
Oh yeah,
And it was because Mundy was streaming. I was like, oh, this makes more sense now. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
It's because Deltarune.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me try.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I just find the games cringe now.
Please.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
Deltarune and Undertale, I just find them kind of cringe.
Okay. There we go. I forgot to stream the game to you. There you go. Now you can see.
Okay. You can see CT is on Source Filmmaker.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Okay, a little explanation for stream. So, and so I found this game thanks to going through Jello Plays Games. I recently watched through his Danganronpa streams. Danganronpa's a decent game for what it is. It has flaws, especially the translations from Japanese to English, but that's besides the point. This was frequently commented about during those streams, so I got curious and started watching their playlist. Got through their first stream that was episode 0, and got hooked immediately. I love this fucking game now, and I want to play it. I literally stopped myself from continuing watching their first stream of episode 1. I was like 20 minutes in, and I was like, I need to play this for myself. This is too cool. So, hopefully the game isn't too loud. Oh yeah, I tabbed over here to turn off this. There we go. That's not in the way. Anyway, this is a work of fiction. Alright, spacebar to continue it. Oop. Loading. Also, this is fresh fucking boot up. So I need to adjust the settings. Whoa. FPS, window. Skip mode, read only. Text reveal speed. There we go. Background volume. Hopefully that isn't too loud. Actually, I can check this thing. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay. Display controls. Tutorials on. Now playing UI. Yes, please.
Invert your mouse, do it, you won't.
No, I will not invert my mouse. Fonts default. Dyslexic! Yeah! They have dyslexic fonts for us, let's go! Ooh.
For the first time!
Oh!
It's colorblind mode.
Oh, okay. That's actually cool. Phone opacity.
I can't remember which one means what. I know one makes you see more purples. That's what I was using for Valorant to make, instead of using red outlines, I was using purple for a while.
Yeah. Graphics Ultra. Let's do...
Nah, keep it on Ultra. Potato mode activated.
No!
We're crashing your computer.
Use screen refresh rate. And 60 FPS goes my thing. Turn.
Cringe.
So, this is Of the Devil. It's really cool. By episode. No, I have one. Hold on. New DLC. Yeah, those are both activated. Okay. Might have to reload the game to make that work then. Let me Is there a controls? Gameplay.
No.
Display controls.
There's not.
Automatic. High controls. Keyboard. Hide. Keyboard. Oh, it's down here. Alt is return. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. It's to episode 0. I've seen episode 0. But this is so cool. Oh, I love that font. Wait, that's the same. Wait, hold the fuck on. That's the same font in the. What was the game that I finished last year? Or is it this year? No, wait, fuck. No, it was last year. I think. I don't remember. Fuck. Anyway. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering. Fuck! In the flickering of holograms down the street.
It's a dyslexic font, and yet your dyslexia still kicked in
Shut
just
up.
to fuck with you.
Shut up. And a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries. Fuck. Just a wave of worries. Cresting? What? Cresting on the anyway, cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides the microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. 'Cause if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan. It's us! It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Oh yeah, by the way, this isn't a dystopian future in the US. Oh fuck, I didn't read that. Ella's backlog. Whether it's incandescent or neon or holo, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last panel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you can take whatever clients you got. You don't bulk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And I should pre-read these lines before trying to read them. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until I found it. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You're expected at 254th Precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now, 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials, so you can settings. Them enabled. Suspect not found. There you go. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcome party. Oh yeah. Terms. So this is a cool feature that does some world building. Oh. Hold on. Sorry about that. That was a very weird thing that happened. Apparently my mom was able to call me through the Alexa without meaning to. Anyway. So, this is basically describing holograms. Also, these are a treat to fucking read. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device. Subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tag impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. But yeah. Basically a little bit of word building. They're about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. Oh, there's a quick bar. What is a quick bar? Oh. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give you a shit what you have to say. Oh, give a shit. So, let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Heads up. Press the phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check settings. You can toggle an auto advanced text while with the auto button or click previous lines with the black button. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn a credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both your measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. I love this little animation. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Was it dark? Wasn't it dark? Do you know about that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah. Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all burning building, and all during billable hours. Blah blah blah. Fuck. But there's no room to sew down anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Sorry, I was messing with this one. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach a freshman level architecture. Can almost hear the buildings drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles, the civil planning equivalents of battle scars. For a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with the crime rates where they are, feels like a hospital ward for heavy-handedness. Adapt that. I'll buy it. Always make cookware. Oh, cannot. Datapad. What is this? Notice datapads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Today, datapads are a mainstay for high-traffic public spaces and vital physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Whatever the fuck that word is. Anyway, even when their even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credits towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Subway fixes Axe. City to refocus on canopy. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on the maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system. Okay, the canopy. I like that it does the important information in yellow so you don't have to read the entire article. Investigations into generations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning. Oops. Texas, Terra, Someone's personal submarine taxi pods. What the fuck? First prototype of the city. What the fuck? First prototype of the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Jesus fuck. Unlawfully wasteful. Okay. It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Fuck you. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaways that the city'll be focusing their efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not with Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad. But my phone's made the same stuff. And I'm rolling the dice every time it falls on the floor, falls on the sofa. I just click. Conductive resin. Screen crack, soon we'll fix here. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual one-to-one ratio of public health alerts and inefficient pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year, the Silver Plan coverage count courtesy of Cadius as a reward from many. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I think this is explanation. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Oh, I love the UI difference. Oh, this is cool. The boot up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan. Oh, wait, that was her. Blech. Morgan. Here for the public defender contract. Oh, wait, that was... Fuck! I keep getting confused who is who. Oh, that was the desk. Oh, it was her talking. Morgan Hiroko. Why was she in question marks? Anyway, could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I would call Intake Hollows charming. More like harmless. But still probably what the designers are aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Please can you provide your name and date of birth? So far so good, was it? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now can you confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday is on the damn ID card, and my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's December 26th. Oh yeah, wait, I should profiles. Morgan. Here you go. Ruined Defendatory. Likes puzzle smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers. Shocking. Whiskey sour. Okay. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state regulations. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary witness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully warped across the gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths will be sound paths, and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked additional choices in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge. Okay, so an explanation on conversations. I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower words, but this place is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s. It's been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really didn't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconveniences you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They're ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask.
Just real quickly, check your DMs. I sent you a funny picture of a dog, and I can explain the picture. He looks so miserable.
Huh?
He kept licking off his medicine, so my dad got a cone for him. No,
I remember you telling
me. That's the bigger
me.
one.
Oh, that's
no,
the
that's
bigger
the big one.
Oh.
My dad had to get a bigger one because the small one kept coming off.
No.
So now he has a pillow around his neck all the time. He looks so sad.
That'll
Anyways,
be all.
I'm going back to killing RGs.
Okay. You'll find the counseling quarters past the homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now. So you could go on break if you'd like. Automated dependent. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks. They don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Alright, this is when there's gonna be two other people. There's gonna be one guy and one girl, which is gonna be fun to try and voice. I think that's the guy? Apparently, I'm not having fucking things beating. Hey, hun. Question.
Skill issue.
I thought I was gonna ask you something.
Yeah?
I was wondering if you would like to VA. There's two guys.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think I am too chaotic neutral to voice act right now without making stupid jokes.
That's fine.
I am extremely chaotic neutral right now. I will throw some sour cream in your fucking eyes.
That's fine. I don't care. The funny jokes are okay. For context,
bad or something.
a voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher. A decidedly low energy.
Appreciate you worrying about me.
Something forbid I try.
God forbid.
God
God
forbid.
forbid I tried to be serious.
Shut up. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in this whole complex. Cause why else would you bother to print all that out?
One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. You fucking ingrate. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Otherwise, they're not intimidated by reading, because everyone no longer reads.
Shut up!
It makes them think you know them better than their priests, their mother, their fathers, their sons, their daughters.
Big brother. Oh, that's funny.
I wasn't gonna say that, but that was kind of gay.
No! God damn it. So how many of these sheets were blank then?
95% of them.
Yeah, that's him, and that's the girl. No red carpets tonight, officers?
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am? We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours.
Wait, I think the good cop is the yellow, is the chick.
No, this is him. The yellow is him. Green is her.
Kaylin, they're outlines.
Ah! Oh. Shut up. She's the youthful one, and she was highlighted in green.
Yeah, he's highlighted in green, she's highlighted in yellow.
No, fuck. No, hold on. I'm saying this. The
Yes,
youthful
yellow
voice
text. Yellow text,
Oh,
yellow
whatever.
outline. That's the girl.
We'll
That's what
eventually
you were
get their
doing.
names, okay? Fuck. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. Oh, no. Yep.
What? Why are there highlights the different the
It's
opposite colors?
a
then?
thing that fuck you. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you.
Okay, that pisses me off. Her highlight color is her actual text, but theirs isn't. That actually pisses me off more. that triggers my OCD so fucking much.
It's a style choice.
Fuck the style choice.
Well,
I'm
too
chaotic
fucking
to
bad.
enjoy- I am too chaotic to enjoy the style choice. The art looks fine. The art looks amazing. But fuck you. If they're highlighted that color, keep them that fucking color.
Too fucking bad.
Same here, counselor. Shut the fuck. I will throw you down the stairs, I swear to God.
I think it's
Cousin
But-
London?
yeah. Either way, it'll be.
Cousin London?
Either way, it's his name's London.
And the ball of sunshine, here's my partner, Fiera Reyes.
Ball of sunshine. She certainly is. Huh.
Why? Okay. Every time that happens, I just get Danganronpa vibes.
You know what? That's why I did mention that Jello and his friends kept bringing up in the this game whilst playing Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc. So
Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night.
it's no problem. Fuck. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco?
Like Tobacchus?
What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me.
We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the Illustrations Homicide Department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. The cleaning people haven't come in here in like 17 years.
Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself, in
And a
his
half of
profession.
itself.
Sunshine is definitely a new face, though.
Yeah,
Rigid
she's
in her
missing an eye, though.
posture. She isn't. I'll explain all that. Rigid in her posture, her attitude. 3 in the morning, and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe.
I'm sorry. When I look at that girl, all I can think of is one of the main characters from Chibi-O. You know the girl I'm talking about. 'Cause it's the girl where she gets a fucking paper clip into her eye. Not paper
Yes,
clip, paper
yes,
clip into
yes,
her eye.
yes,
She goes,
yes,
"Hey!"
yes.
Yeah, that. It gives off that vibes. It gives off Chibi-O vibes.
Yeah. Anyway. 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just first to arrive on the scene.
No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms respond to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls, plural. Must have been quite a commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything?
Jeez, not wrong. We are very lazy, and we really do not like doing our jobs. Why? Because I am stuck with this little munchkin. Anyways, we were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation of your mom.
Our ongoing investigation?
My ongoing investigation, you
Not
little
very
shit.
subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? I love it when the game lags for a second.
Wait, did they really not? Seriously, did they not fucking tell you?
Mhm.
No, I guess they put in a public defender's briefing. Well, fucking course they're not, did it. We're not paid enough for this shit. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, eh. That's the heartbreak killer in that room.
And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities in your rock. They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is that a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK.
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. The name's been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unprecedented vigilantism. The street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
Or was it the fact that Reyes is such a condescending bitch about this? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls, yada yada yada.
Hence the name Heartbreak? Not exactly creative. But amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality.
What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to be reloaded.
Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great, but shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
That's a whole different beast.
Take a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it's not. It is not. There's no such thing as a robot that killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching it in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. She got you there, Reyes, you dumb piece of shit. I am too chaotic.
No, that's fine. I love it.
Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder.
Right.
Evil like Heartbreak is all organic.
That's
I should know, I
pretty
put him under a metal
terrifying.
detector. I even put a magnet in to see if it would rip out his endoskeleton. It did nothing.
I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders.
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK6, the victim, was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is the Heartbreak Killer? And tonight it was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client. He was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
It's all there in the discovery files and the ARCs, of course.
Basically, ARCs are they take a lot of data from since screens and shit are everywhere, surveillance is everywhere. They take as much data of surveillance from nearby and make it into like a 3D environment.
Like Cyberpunk Danganronpa. So
It is. It is.
Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant.
Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night, for all I care. Intro, you mean canceling quarters?
We're at your disposal, counselor.
Barren, stark, and uninviting. This might be Ray's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single note of personalization. Is she so new she hadn't had the time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to the filing system. Or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, Some things are better in paper, I'll give them that. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening and homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear dotting surveillance state. Surveillance states eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. An article to read. Latest mobile and noble android receives warm welcome. Okay. 50% organic components. Impact due to increased maintenance cuts. Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records. Dr. Hardware. Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Wanna put your account info so we can help keep you reading? Ugh. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids though. The government use, they're just too frail, I think. Yep. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state file regarding case KL433511. Applying C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply. I fucking hate this. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Fuck. Alright, if I project from my phone. Visualizing. There we go. Alright, let's see what the police have. What they think is important. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Young glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, endocarditis and gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter forensics and all the other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. The murder weapon, a revolver, found right next to the body. 6 empty cases found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet, there's no scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. It's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry, only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown on, whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic dust debris. Flagged as irrelevant. That's their technical assessment. Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? How was that? Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Looks like some immune adjusters and NSAIDs and triprexazone, a synthetic glucoceroid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox rings were, but it's not like that. Like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city, and it. Aren't ads just lovely, smart words? Hello! Hi, welcome to stream. Hello, Sinner's Gate. Welcome. I got introduced to this game thanks to Jello's live stream that I was watching the VOD of, and I immediately wanted to play it. Anyway. Cabinets in the city, and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. But not much more. I'm only gonna start having to sing for my super this time. Sing for my supper. Blech. Better get start. Who the hell is messaging me at this time of the night? First person who comes to mind is. I suppose it could be something important. Red! What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course! Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment, depraved indifference, or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so harder now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. I love this fucker. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it TBHK? HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age? And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Heart B is like quaint.
Hardy B. Hardy B.
It's not heartbreak. Then why do you take that job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up a lost case from nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerns nagging. Maybe you really are bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, friend. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpet shit?
Carpe diem.
I can't
Carpe
fucking
diem.
read! Shut up!
Carpe diem!
It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Love that interaction. Repeat offenders may...
Carpe diem. Carpe diem!
I can't read!
I notice!
Shut up!
Throw a piece of paper with your name on it, you wouldn't be able to read it without your glasses.
I have to work. Shut the fuck. You know I work.
Skill issue. You were born with a disability.
Shut up. I didn't ask for my genetics.
Fucking too fucking chaotic right now.
I love it.
I can take your glass. See, you say I will catch you. It's like, no, you fucking won't. I'll take your glasses. Then
Fuck
you can't see
you.
where you're going.
You're lucky.
You
You
chase
are
me,
lucky
bitch,
I'm
you won't have
nearsighted.
glasses.
You're lucky I'm nearsighted, bitch.
I
Fucking
just fucking
Christ.
crab walk away. You wanna see where I'm going?
Fuck you.
I know you want to.
No, not. Ugh. God, fuck it.
Cope.
Ugh. Anyway, repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just a typical teenage drama. So then, if you won't mind filling me in on a few details. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. You expect a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around.
Any androids in police stations this week? Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts.
Contracts with Noble?
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. They could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here.
Saves us some money of shipping at least. Unlike when I'm buying my goddamn Nintendo 87, why the fuck is it $700? That shit had to be imported straight from Japan's Nintendo store. That shit cost me $300 for shipping alone.
With how this
Fucking price gouging.
At this point, with how far in the future this game takes place, I wouldn't doubt it'd be like 3,000 credits or some shit.
You have to pay an arm and a liver for a console.
Mm-hmm.
And you think consoles are bad, wait until you have to pay for gas. It literally takes the years off of you.
Anyway.
These talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month.
Even while Noble...
Because, you know, corporations are gay.
Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm, ugh. Might as well call them the adult line.
I'd see them in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. You hear that, Connor? You're not real!
Yet? You really think that'll happen?
You did not understand the joke I did you?
No. I was focusing
Connor,
on...
Detroit Become Human.
Oh. Shut up.
Already used ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. It doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me.
You're joking, right? Detective androids? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal, and put in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on the list.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyways. Cameras, sensors, satellites, androids, Nintendo Switches, Xbox,
Okay.
PlayStations. We already got all of our facts from the machines, anyways. Hell, the fucking doorknob got a camera. The fucking doorknob and the doorbell. We had 2 cameras, the same fucking spot. Give it a few more years, and it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with?
Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m.
It's Carlos Baker Flat.
Baker, fuck you.
No,
Carlos
it's
Baker.
Baker.
Carlos
It's Baker.
Baker.
Ugh. Using his middle name already. They do think he's a serial killer.
The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diana Dawn.
First degree? That's,
Increasingly rare.
to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Harper's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary. But that works too.
Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up?
5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing.
So the serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than they all look like cousins.
The physical similarities are striking. Yeah, they look. Yeah, they're. I think they were in an anime called. They were named Nurse Joy.
Oh my god, no!
All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, and the same height, comparable weight.
Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't be a coincidence. If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can take it to hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on.
If the shoe fits, wear it. Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences.
Drifters, loners, strangers, workers.
Gays. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women.
Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd be signs of hesitation, nervousness. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing a girlfriend or her lookalikes that usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile.
Daryl.
If you ask me. I love those. I saw the time of death. It was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. But do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes from his mouth. But we've managed things to less biased sources.
We're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements.
So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to a real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting at around 8 p.m. Also, that's why she has an eye. It's just augmented or modded.
Kakashi wannabe.
Shut up.
Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems.
Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks.
Hi, Marilyn. What is it, Marilyn? You meowed at me. What do you want?
Oh, the cat has interrupted.
Yeah. Why? Yeah,
I'm actually curious what do you think of Morgan right now?
Gives off Izzy vibes.
That is funny. That might be
You
why
cannot
I like
tell
this
me
game
it
so
does not
much.
remind me of Weeb. That just
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
yeah.
Weeb as a lawyer.
It's just me as a lawyer. Yeah.
As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. Things go quiet sometimes with fun on film. And there's a gunshot.
Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time.
Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming.
Officers arrived on the street at 9:08 p.m., established a perimeter, entered through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they found your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, and his hand covered in her blood. At which point, they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular?
Your client's modded cybernetic right on him.
How modded are we talking about here? Registered with Heyo, with an Heyo 85
Heyo.
bleh, fuck you. 85 habilis industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he can crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering your career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on it each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old's sense of passion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it's fashionable?
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You what?
Getting back on track. That arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work with it. Without it, money got tight.
The arguing?
Yep.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
8 days before HK's first victim was killed.
Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary.
Preliminary.
No, hold on.
Is your cat?
Marilyn, what are you doing back there?
You need to get a better gate.
What?
I said you need to get a better gate for the cats.
They're cats. They're going to climb over the gate. She's just gone behind something. Hold on.
Oh dear.
Excuse me, little miss. What are you doing down here? Are you supposed to be back here? No, you're not. You're not supposed to be back there, miss. Why the fuck did you go back there? Huh? You know what? Look at the camera.
Oh dear. Hold on. Kitty! Kitty! Aww.
Yeah, this is the little fucker that clawed the fuck out of me when I gave her a bath.
Ah.
I had to hold her like this.
She's very loud. Alright.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a I found the word I can't say today.
Preliminary.
Preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver.
Yeah, you say I can't read.
I was trying to read it. I just can't say the word today.
Uh-huh.
And no one else is. Okay, I messed up on one word. How many words did you mess up on already?
Shut up.
Yeah, I don't want to fucking hear it.
A revolver? What kind?
The old kind. The really old kind.
More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chambered 10mm. Calver? How retro.
You don't know the half. We're talking seal chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin. No tags.
No tags?
This bitch was illegal.
How is that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamp, trigger pulls, safeties coded to the owner, blah blah blah. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very. unambiguous.
So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else would you think he'd... Let me try that again. How else do you think he'd have gotten away with it? This fuck? I retract my statement earlier, hun. How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he probably failed the first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's...
Model year 2054.
a 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and a few are still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too.
The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good.
Hmm? Archive Department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols that they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks?
Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape.
So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know they were all fired by the same gun.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Without even needing to reload.
Caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that, would warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically, with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved his weapon and shot her. Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner.
Their reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. As long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weird, weighty read.
It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. Emboldened? Yeah.
Yeah, you read that?
The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you blame them though? I mean, he is a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low, and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you're gonna spout some alt-pole bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. But people are safer now that at any other time in history are more. Try that. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along,
Good point.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from higher ups might be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged at that, and that makes them predictable. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, department's SOP still dictates we start. What? We starve the media for the case details.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on opt-in crime surveillance systems. Opt-in crime surveillance systems is, I think, it was an act that basically had all surveillance systems, like surveillance companies, have to give information when it comes to crime scenes and stuff. So, yeah. How is that even possible? I know that there's some rough areas in the lower woods, but optics is watched every other street in the entire city. Is watching every other street, right? You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have him? You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did?
I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is what it says in the name. Private surveillance system signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes, or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions.
It's like it's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes
left in it, yeah.
But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, hub data, or city planning. They've mentioned it in my client. If my client was a cop. And he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mask manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city?
HK has only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be a coincidence.
Wait, so you're saying then when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
No footage and no forensics?
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost who didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. And the reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There were no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psychic eval something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession on his desk. Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past it. We have to muscle past everyone in the fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that one.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, It doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. I can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was a difficult read. Fairly legible, in fact. Well, what got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Yet, not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
It's kind of you. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He killed 6 women. None of them are redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Mic's on or off, Wizard, sir. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs, that is, stays on.
That worry about me? How chivalrous. How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start to unlock start of the unlock cycle.
Unlike
We got two dyslexics trying to VA.
out of care. Ooh. Closer, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. 6 people died is one thing. He's also caused weeks of whispered terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. Even if the death penalty's not actually on the tables these days. I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, it's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter on those who plead guilty. That much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude by reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the Heartbreak Killer. Anyone convicted convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind they never rest their mind another day in their life. Okay, description I can give you for this guy. He is a worried person. He isn't chill and stuff like the other guy. The best description I can give you. He's also very emotive, I should say. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you? Huh? Like, I already told you people I didn't.
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there in here, kept repeating it the whole ride over. Said that they were going to help me. He knew it was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed. Feel like they were from my side. They thought I could have. But
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
police already
Questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded. Wrote it. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in?
I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be.
As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from at work.
My arm, I got it slotted in for the job. And,
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetic of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs, 'cause they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people look at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
Really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. I love the humor in this game! He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday presents, test results, politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. Always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. Hand or an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said it because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources, and of course that got shit canned, so now me
Oh.
and every other monster
I should mention.
screwed, even let me keep the tax credits.
I should say that the portraits in this game really show like the emotion the character is showing. So like this, he'd be like fucking pissed
Honey,
because he's screwed.
Okay.
What?
I worked an 8-hour shift. I have a
Okay.
cat in on my chest right now.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
not going to be yelling.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I am very much.
You
in the
like
chill
more
mode.
like gritting his teeth kind of angry. I think would be better, so you're not yelling. I guess. Sorry.
Also, I'm slowly like half falling half asleep.
No.
Sweetie.
The new Citizens with the Disabilities Act was amended, not
Repealed.
repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I worked tight spaces, the high-volt environment, mostly canopy. Typical stuff from honors, no?
He's speaking freely now. I don't need much more than to repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy. You must be... You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cornered off.
Damn straight. This crap with Long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is knocking, and if they misplace so much as a paperclip, everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for engineering.
Yep. And no patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking. I'm
I'm right-handed.
So those cuts on his face are just from shaving?
Never thought this to go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small trembling, but then spasms. Oversensitive. They said an easy fix.
But the problems got bigger?
Wouldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on a job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, and in my arm, watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Where did you turn it in?
Same mass turnaround shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
It doesn't sound like you're very happy customer.
Hell no! I'd have found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning,
Manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance.
that's why I'm still here, with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I got two working arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusive contracts with Hindi. All locked up, white knuckle tight.
Hindi. Heyo Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models.
If I took one step on site with unissued tech, get the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never be able to work in the city again. This was last quarter, maybe I could have something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their necks out for anyone now. That long's a deep hot shit.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain'll come and go. It's the itchies that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me.
Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for their cases like this?
What they gave me is dead weight, three-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's just a very shitty feeling, part of your body that you know they cut corners. It fits, it's compatible. Technically, I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead.
So, were you wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far.
So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question he didn't even have a rat. no inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up. Now comes the delicate part. I didn't read the line fully, but you know what, that works. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some made friends. Always got along. Eventually just got together. It's like I never actually asked her out. The real formal way, at least. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud.
I mean, you technically didn't
Yeah,
either. You just said it was a dream. Anyway.
That's it, you're going down the staircase.
No, don't throw me down the damn staircase. No. God fucking damn it. Don't you dare do the bit. Don't. Don't you dare do the bit. No. No! I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. God fucking damn it, he did it. Okay. Fucking Christ. Gotta restream it because you want to do.
Yeah, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using the past tense.
Finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate, practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was in any company to be lucky to have her, unlike it was a real ass job. Paid real ass money too.
So her career was starting to pan out, right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No. Pedigree Laboratories? I say that like name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation, even the mega prefix, without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as a big business gets. Predictable, like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that. Buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Oh, I think we have Phoenix is left. Also, I did see this in chat earlier. Hello, bad man Twitch to the stream. I literally started playing this because I saw Jello from Jello Apocalypse's stream, at least his VOD, about episode 0, and I got like 15 to 20 minutes into the first stream of episode 1, and I was just like, I need to play this for myself. I must play this for myself because this is cool. I guess I'll try and voice flat whilst Phoenix is gone. Do my best job with a fucking male voice. Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes. Ooh, how much do you know? I only know episode 0. The extent of episode 0 is all I know. That is it. So I know the twists and turns. I'm just wondering if Phoenix can clue into it, which might be cool. So yeah. So I mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. It's not like it's not like I've been a good listener lately. Gotcha, yeah. But I've never gotten the impression that she... Look, no one I knew could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I couldn't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their arguments entirely. Thank you, Carlos. It was very helpful. It was. Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start with the beginning, and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had an argument a lot. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Biggest contention in any relationship. Financial stability. I wouldn't know. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more that I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8. Yeah, must have been when we started. When we got into it, I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, we walked out the front. Yeah. By the way, I will say that I watch Yellow Apocalypse and do get inspired to try doing VA work. I've even like enjoyed, this is a small side tangent, but I've even joined Voices of Win, which is a Discord server that is for a mod called Voices of Win, and it's a mod for Windcraft. So yeah, I don't know, I might do a voice there. Who the fuck knows? It'll probably be an extremely minor character, but hey, I'm interested in doing VA work because I think it's cool. Anyway. It also makes me want to pressure my friends into trying to do VA stuff with these kind of games. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, walked out the front door through some thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics? I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. My key fob. Didn't even lock the door behind. Oh, that's him. Fuck, I can read. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I didn't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the camera's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? That can even happen? Can that even happen? Really? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Dan was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So, what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. At some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't. You lived on the first floor, right? Yeah, the first floor apartment. Street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. It was some big deal. From the hallway, I saw her. I didn't recognize... I never thought she was... The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... There was broken glass furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name, she didn't move. I checked her pulse, and she was still warm, her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake, because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Picked it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date evidence, check the phone, they'll stop giving you credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact. And I know because of your prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints were on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking, Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his fingerprints got on the gun, but not in the way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun, so stupid. I know what a gun looks like, but seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you weren't surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight? What? Physical? We never fought like that. Did the police tell you that? Did it? I can't fucking... it's the same. It covers the same message, whatever. They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright. I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try to focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. Just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course, and the clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? I love this bit so much! Carlos, you need to trust your instincts. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So, this morning, I tried to write things down, so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. And what's your vibe? Is the fucking music? I love it. I love this bit so much. It's so stupid. Oh, let me know if the music is a bit too loud. there are these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. Use them as a paperweight or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those things, those little things. They weren't worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but the boobos. La bobos destroy. Basically. Oh my god, wait, is it this fucking place's version of Labubu's? Fuck. I can't go anywhere without fucking seeing them, I swear, I hate Labubu's. But that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her fidgeted duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up. Felt so. Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. I'm now going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, do you know about the Heartbreak Killer? Heartbreak? You mean the psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right? The police. I can't fucking read. The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstarting news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice a resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything. If he's this slow on the uptake, he's gonna be real shook. Shook. That's a shook. God, fuck. Why is shook spelled like that? Anyway, shook when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squish that theory as quickly as possible. I love it when the game lags. As quickly and definitively as possible. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke whenever I want. For a fee. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time is so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I never get anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I mean more like playing cards. Oh, well then. No to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at winning. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do we do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can, win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan, but I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove anything. Most of them prefer a simple guilty pleas over long protracted trials. God, I can't. Ugh. Big fancy words are my fucking enemy, I swear. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately then, you'll have to call them back. Because my kind is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough evidence to hold him here. Right. What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Oh god, I have to try and... Fuck. And he's not back yet. Damn it. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession? Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. A real paint by numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it. Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you going to spin that? Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try to throw at me. Well, my client did write that note. And it was an apology, but not for the murder. He was apologizing for... Ooh, the cards look different. Ooh. Ceramic crap. Here's this window, murder weapon. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking the exact same thing. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room. This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data? Yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must have been from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh. Because that vase was... not damaged. It's not possible for the debris to have come from that vase. Because the vase is still pristine. How is that possible? I'm sad that Phoenix isn't here for this part. This is the cool part of the game. The lady at the garage sale told me it was old and delicate. Damn it. The one time I tried to thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter? If the vase didn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because the pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget toys. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs all clearly shows. Those fidget toys must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You really gonna claim he sat down and wrote an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof. A dusty fidget tubbies slayer. Not that one. This one. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of the finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle-bodied ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody, and sure, your techs found ceramic debris on it. Yes. Now you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed because even the cheap arms got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said the rental hadn't been worn since AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled and panicked the note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't been graded? Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. Correct. They held a real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that Carlos looks reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why the note looks like an asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyways. I just thought it would be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the crime scene. The scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to the big old goddamn gun. That just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, the coat, that is... What? You're gonna claim it's not his? Is he actually... that he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. She must have something. No sense in playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You're gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. I love the gambling motif of this. It's so cool. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence. I have no evidence of a third party at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the ARCs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? Well, I finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst. Morgan! What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easily. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What's that remind me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You're gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. I love that so much. I love the little comedy bits. It's so great. So what the hell's your point? Hey. Sorry. Just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagged firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can smell. Just do me a favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, detective. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, Gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff, hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They get more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then this is code. If you don't trust your nose, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not possible, because it would be pretty pointless. His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over him afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Platt is facing, as soon as possible. Whoa. They're filtering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did someone get a message? Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. I bet. A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling it out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay. The quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No. With the scale, scale their tools operate with, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good. But it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... Worry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Typically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, the neighbor was on their phone, probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's far from it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss this admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, well, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, seems like your client's leaving this police station. Doesn't seem like your client is leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence. Photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun? I'm referring to my clients, you think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, Counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get to where you're going, you somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before a judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed snuff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was the photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data usually Positional data is usually only accurate within the nearest public router. If we DN on the photo's owner and ask them where, why bother with all that? Ballistics, common sense tells you that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see that? It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must have lived on the other side of the street. So we're looking at the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Raise! Fuck you, we have evidence. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. The photo had to be taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. The officer's arcs tell the data tells us the precise location of everything in the room that at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And Max. Right, this mechanic. I like that they didn't change much of that little graphic. And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... No... Wall... Right. This shows where it currently is. Oh, right. Ah, it's R. R is to increase it. Okay. +3. Just take one look at the clock and just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems London's got the idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. No, his time of death was right. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. 9 p.m. The time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Oh, I have hit twice. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in the room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add them to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. slipped my mind. I'll do that now. Before the important thing is, if the clock was on the wall, was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then the photo must have been taken through the western window of the Seat. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the wall, on the eastern wall, when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows the room was pristine at the time of the shooting, and there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Because of the glass. Oh, I can't do it whilst I'm holding a card. Okay. Bitch. Glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. And not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That it was personal, and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detectives. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we've got the photo right here. I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, but maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know until the room was tossed that the clock was on the eastern wall. Oh wait, was that hers talking? Fuck. Look, was I miss? Yes, I was. Fuck. Not sure. Can I? Okay, never mind. And we know until it was tossed after all, which means it seems that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway that apartment runs from north to south. The only person who with prints on the gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me. That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. It's right. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is the mirror. Oh. I keep forgetting to put it at next. What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. But by the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, surely came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not looking at a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're looking at a shooter taking aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client shouldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Some cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in the ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Dr. Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, should I wait for Phoenix? Should I wait for him to come back? Because this is the summary of the whole investigation. And right before the reveal, so. Unless he's watching the stream right now. Hold on, let me check chat. If he's in here and directly watching, no, he's not.
I am going to disappear because I am falling asleep.
Fuck! We just got to the summary section, damn it!
I'm tired, honey. I have been up for a while.
Okay.
I need eepies.
Go eat.
I need to take a nap at least.
Go eat.
I will be back.
Okay. And there he is. Oh well. Where'd he go? I think he went to go get something to eat or stretch a bit, and then he's been tired. He's been slowly getting tired as the stream's gone on. Which makes sense. He came back from like an 8-hour shift, and this was an impromptu stream. It's like way late at night for me, so I know it's like late at night for him. But anyway, let us continue. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling from the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real murder, you tried to claim It depicted my client, a man without a requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. Nuts. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my things. A bit. Is that the best you've got? Even a bare bones for prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to the individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it to a clinic with which he could have left a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he still have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it at minimum. So where Detective Reyes? Did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? I love her. Well, any objections? Detective. God damn it! Get fucked. I love you even though I know that this was the outcome. It's still fun. Show me your hand, Flats. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid. You should know. Detective, I lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. Feel exactly the same, Counselor. Well, what happens now? I'll have to speak to the DA about the dismissal. There's some paperwork we'll need to do though. To go through it. But basically you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into Heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to next of kin, and then you can make funeral arrangements. My fucking Discord is not picking me up that well at all. Lovely. Ugh. Anyway. No, that's not what I... Diane being God is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she's died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but... I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. Hold on, I'm gonna try and fucking fix my goddamn Discord. Just fucking being a bitch. Fucking not inputting, not recognizing when I'm fucking speaking. Hold on. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Anyway. So, what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. Even you got here. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to... No. Oh, no, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. Alright. Oh! Shoot, they have a visual this time! Alright, I'm going to pause for a second and get myself some fucking water for this bit. I need to get fucking water. I'll be back. Because I haven't taken a drink this entire time. Okay. Big love. Yes, indeed, I guess. Whew. Actually, listen here. I can look over the profiles. Oh, yeah! Oh, the color change looks so weird because of the cutscene. Luck poor. Heartbreak. Oh, that's new. London. Frequently running late. Pencil sketching. Raise. Right eye. Ah. Elite 86. So she got it on 2086. Cool. I think that'll be recent, right? Anyway, I was just curious about their profiles. Alright. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. The flowering stain unfurling towards the invisible sun. Perfectly unique bloom, a perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. A rupture test with singular, universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite, the end. But the comedic thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of low blow appeal. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun is empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantage. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash doesn't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? I can't ask her now. Hey! These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably rouse half the neighborhood. But I don't see anything I could use. I didn't see anything I could use, even a crack, as even partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? Use the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Grand places, usually full of trash, but this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even, so the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I can't go over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shots, there's just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall, something falls from it, probably some tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear the sheets with my frustration, try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not that ego-driven type. I'm not that Fuck. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start actively aiming for the heart, but ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakouts and the goddamn theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's not going to do. It got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, solitary, impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least, the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes of the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight, thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive. I disagree. The warm tense on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah. It's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreements to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. I love her as a character so fucking much. Sorry, using my leftist still. What kind of gun did she use again? It was... evidence. It was... they have little portraits too. It was a Culver M34 6 caliber 10mm revolver. That's okay. You just need to... You can just initial and be in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. What's the spinning thing by her phone icon? It's a revolver! Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I didn't even notice. That's cute. Been there the whole time. That's fucking adorable. That's adorable. I already knew the twist, but god, that's cute. The new profile. Let us check it now. Yep. It's her. Cannot carry a tune. Occupation is a real kicker if you notice. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Not you. No. Here we go. Defense attorney, yeah. Meanwhile, Morgan's is criminal defense attorney. It's just really nice, the little details. You can tell that this game was made with a lot of love. It's great. Anyway. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for the public defense work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. Gamble arcs. Yeah. Army dependent. Viewed as ads. Caliber gun. I'm like just light reading these. Visual autopsy, heartbreak killer. That's funny. Hindi. Internet of Things. Lines, net scrubbing. Optics. Yeah, Phantom Pain. VWRP. Ongoing controversy following the suspect. Gallery. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be all airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans depending on his looks. Yeah, I don't know why, but I don't want to get into like, oh, he looks hot, so he must be innocent. It's really stupid. It's very, very dumb. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders. True crime BS. Sometimes with true crime, like, sure, it may be interesting to find out and figure out how people work. Like, I'd say the best kind of quote-unquote true crime is, like, supplementing it through TV shows, like, NCIS, or, what other good ones are there? Rookie, as well, is a good one. Like, there's another show that I ended up watching, like, 2 episodes of with my mom, and it's more of the figuring out the psychology of the murderer, or the suspect kind of vibe, instead of, like, Law and Order kind of shit. But those are better than just, like, I say Law and Order might be the best, because from what I remember hearing, Law and Order does their episodes based on actual cases, based on the court, like the court documents and stuff, and the records. So, anyway, Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities failing from the best seat in the house. That's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane's grateful too. Funny. I didn't even know her name. I love those bits so much. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. Ground floor or something. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. I like this ending. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. But that's something I don't read. What is it? Oh, fuck. You ruined his life, and he's grateful for it. Hey, at least he isn't in jail. Well, that more benefits us, but you know what? Fuck him. Murder is fun. And you're not getting caught. This is not saying to actually go murder people. That is not a good thing to do. Don't do that. Anyway. Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. The pills. Where did you find that? The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. It seemed that it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. Show Carlos the victim was holding. Just got an achievement for that. Ah! I'm gonna try and voice both of them. I mean, the only one in the call, so. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more boats left. There won't be a 16th victim, there won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever... I love her. I love these two's dynamic so much. Found you! District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, can I try that again? I am so fried. By all means. It's elves. Yeah, I so see it. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? Emma could ask me to fix her loose stocking with just my mouth, and I'd say thank you. What the fuck? I mean, fair. That's fair, actually. I kind of agree. I fuck with both of these girls, man. They're nice. Shigs. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags where my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill that position in depth. The sharpest? I can't fucking read. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's the part that makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got to do? What have they got to do at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh well, actually I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect of the Heartbreak killings? That's my case. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried going up against you? It's always the untinted barbs with her. So, you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Race. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambiguous. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So, Ray tells you they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed, excited to run down here. Yay. Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So, when I heard about a case, thank you for the hydrate. I just actually stretch. Okay. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks? She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon, but I can answer with any number of ways. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it. No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apathetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensory issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scar marks. Jim, he's too tall for the ballistic entry angles. Basic and probably too heavy to leave imprints. To not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. I love that they very easily show how imposing of a I don't want to say antagonist, I guess an obstacle, how to well, I mean, we're the protagonist, but we're not really a good person. But you know, you know what I mean. She is very smart, very intelligent, and a big threat to Morgan. I love how good they fucking display that. It's great. Obstacle works, yeah. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all of that out the minute you walked in there. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. This is why I love her. Yeah, of course. It couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, right. Sorry, you probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 90 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points of passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up a scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playful, lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, that I would be... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean it heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial independence despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full-on rotation. Right. That's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection in the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. I don't do anything even resembling that. You just fucking did! Wait, if HK is not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Criminal menace statistic analysis, probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, chart them out, chart out the dips in. Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same remote? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No, but I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but They also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. What? What do you? What? Do you see it? I had a thought about it. Point is, no one can kill them clear. No one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than six occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. I've got something You've got something catchier in mind. I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy, their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed. No matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's their perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed the room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. Oh, Morgan, you're so funny. You make them sound like a child. Childish and cowardly and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tells you all that? That? No. That part's just takes one to know one. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no precise MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Ugh. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time where I chose throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the public will have moved on to the cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work on a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to wrestle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Yay! Ah, right, this is a hint to the next one. I won't read these because I'll probably read these tomorrow. Because yes, I'm gonna be streaming this tomorrow. Morgan viewing what though? This isn't episode 1. Oh, is it a prelude to episode? Oh, okay. Whoopsie. Well, I kinda got the gist from reading the text. Basically, we're gonna have an android sidekick. Just a tease, yeah. Which, this though is a trailer you can skip, yeah. Yeah. To be continued in... I can just tab for auto. Oh yay, we see Raze again. Oh wait, is it gonna straight go into idle mind? Or no, it's gonna boot me out. Episode 0 results. Yay. Oh, I had to turn off auto. There's episode 36 credits. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your high scores for episode 0. You also have a total of 36 remaining score credits to spend on phone charms. Phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with finish the episode. What? Yo! I have episode 1, I probably just have to reload the game. Concept art gallery. Yo! I love that. Bonus scenarios. Ah! London Energy Race interview. Carlos Morgan. Ooh. I think once we're done with the game, we can go through the bonus scenarios and all that stuff. Because I believe we can probably access this later. Gotta open phone shop. Where's shutting customized phone? Here we go. Morgan Dunn. Oh, that's so cute. Fran. Charmless is free. Black phone. Magenta. Where's purple? It went purple. Where's purple? Oh. Reward for clearing episode 1 of High Roller. Ah. Deep in thought. Let's go, Sarah. So cute. I guess Magenta's the best I've got. Saturn. You gambler to see rays. Yeah. Let's look at Rockbird's profile before we end. Look at them. Cat person? Yes. That's funny. Eggs Benedict. Let's go. Menu. Okay. I'm just gonna check if we have access to those for later. High roller arrays charm, I mean. Yeah. Oh, yeah. New case, continue settings and bonuses. Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. We can look at all the interview stuff for characters, like whenever I finish episode 2. But yeah. But yeah. New case. Okay, yeah. So, this has been episode 0. I have so far loved this fucking game. It is great. I love this. Even in tomorrow, at a more reasonable hour, cause it is like 1 AM for me. But at a more reasonable hour, probably, maybe around 1 to 2 PM EST-ish, I'll start streaming again. I'll, be in a VC, or a VC on Discord, and people can just come in, and if they want to voice a character for a little bit, they can. Other than that, it'll just be me, doing stuff. But yeah, as far as I can think of, I should be free, so I shouldn't be dragged into anything from my parents and stuff for working on the house. Yay. Anyway, aside from that, I am glad that we got some new people in chat, because, hello, new people is great. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing episode 2, and then, I believe, I'll be honest, I think I might do, thanks for stream, take care. Take care! Take care, Cinderscape. I think I might be very tempted to do another late night stream on a Monday. I might try to go upstairs to my room a little bit earlier. But yeah, it might be another late night stream, at least for me. But yeah, mostly want to stream because recently I haven't been streaming consistently, thanks to family. But it's more of like the house and shit going on. So, either way, I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully. I really hope so. But aside from that, let me put this and get my Spotify back on running as we close out. Yeah. Okay, cool. Anywho, I will see you guys later. I hope you guys who are still here have a good day, evening, or night, and a good week. And yeah. Come by at around like 1 to 2 p.m. EST if you aren't busy, and you can come hang out and watch me solve a case completely blind. This will be fun. So, yeah. I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye!